Vole, čo ti pošlem?
Ty zip posielaš bačkovi.
Hej, ja tu mám feferóna. Pozri sa. Ten čučí. Feferón ho volám.
Ja tam nevidím nič, ty kono. Kde je tam feferol? Není ich tam viacej? Vyzerá, keby tam boli traja.
Moja rodina.
Čo tam hore na tom stole robia? Sú to vôbec také? Mne sa zdá, že Tučňák je doma, ty kono. Počujem televíziu od neho.
Odfotím ti feferóna.
Počujem televíziu od neho.
Odletel. Ten skurvysyn. A ja chcem mať nejakých holubov. Vidíš ho? Som ti ho označil. Tam čučí.
To je akože jeho hlava?
No. Čo? Čo sa ti nezdá?
No.
Pepe. Hojžerek, pán! Pozri si túto fotku, tam sú na tej streche. Tam lietajú. No a prečo sú na daždi?
Neviem, ale zvykl sa vyvalovať. Zvykl sa vyvalovať v daždi.
Čo?
Je to pre nich niečo ako sprcha asi. Na 0,413, asi viac zápas to nebudete mať. Tatiana už je na ceste?
Už je skoro tu. Už bavíme pach. Čo chvíľa.
Nesi tam šeďok, odlet z toho satelitu.
Keď vidím babku, tak ako keby som videl teba, ale ne, taký kúdras.
Sme babky nesúdim. Sme to my. Sme babky nesúdim, babky nesúdim.
Vieš, čo som hovoril?
Čo?
Že môj kamarát, s ktorým volám, že on je rovnako chudý ako ty.
Aha. Aha. Sme babky nesúdim. Tučná babka nesúdim.
Však ja nehovorím, že môžeš byť tučná, ja len hovorím, že môj kamarát je chudý ako ty. Ja som si, to nebola otázka.
Tučná babka nesúdim. Je to tučná
Pridatné
babka.
fakty.
Tučná babka nesúdim.
Najchudší v hre, odchádza mi to matka.
Vieš, tá Tatiana, tá šmiklárka. No. To borovice. Ten borovičný tabak. Aha, dobrý segment. Nerobil som niečo zlé. 7 minút asi, nie? Dobre, ideme na to Jagged Alliance. Je to samozrejme problematika. Bola je, bude. No, takže jediný, kto sa môže prísť, kto sa môže letieť v podstate, Šeďoch, jeho žena, Bubák, možno Pelandek. Šeďoch, jeho žena, Bubák, možno Pelino. Šeďoch. Čo sa pustilo? Odkiaľ je tá hudba? Odtiaľ to. Oni to prejali nakoniec ten zápas. Čo je?
How do we like? As soon as I base the enemy at my oh my god, they're so dumb. Fuck. I'm so tilted from these games. Painful. So painful. I endure the suffering of that entire game. I endure it. And yet they still inch it away. Oh. 3-game loss streak. Wasn't Gwen 10-0? Just watch this, bro. Like, early game. Okay, early game, fair enough. Maokai gank, I have no mana, yada yada yada. Rel fucks me up here. Okay. Like, we have open base, right? And we have waves coming in. Instead of waiting, and then I could cut them off. Are you fucking serious, man? So we hear Baron, right? I'm about to cut them off with ult. today has just not been my day. Like, whole game, 40 minutes, I'm playing towards that fucking Gwen. And then she just decides, because she wants to be the star, that she just wants to throw it. I had 18 assists. I want to die. So painful, so painful. The worst part is she was auto-filled. Pike was a spaz. Not nice to say. I don't think Pike was bad. He was just... the role was just much better. The role was playing to win, the Pike was playing for kills. Fuck my life. So many wins today just like completely shattered me. So many losses today. Where it's like that game should have been a win. And then I think two, what did I lose today? I've only lost 1, 2, 3. I've only lost 5 games. I'm 3 and 5. Like 4 out of 5 of those losses should be wins, and we just troll it away. So many comebacks. I don't think we've managed to make any comebacks. Maybe 1 or 2. Pretty shithouse fucking games, I'm not gonna lie. Talia is so perfect. I just need to keep grinding it. I played enemy Tristana though. Just ran over the top of the Kai'Sa.
Kurník šopa beloch, nestoj tam, kurník šopa beloch. Poď sa zašidnú. Dneska to strašne mal trávu, z času trávy, šeďoch. Či problém, lebo nedá belocha a beloch potom lieta do prdele. Ešte je najväčší problém. Potom aby si buď išiel na balkón šeďoch, alebo išiel do prdele. Čo je to kokot? Co je to za kokota? Aha. Aha. Okay. Teď kokoti mi začínajú komentovať na Facebook, no. OK. Aha. Všetko v pohode. Ja neviem, čím uniká celá pointa toho celého. Neviem, či sú ľudia naozaj tak zaostali, že niektoré veci sú úplne zbytočné. Ja neviem, ako... Oni vôbec vnímajú, čo hovorím? To nemá zmysel, nemá zmysel. Nemá zmysel sa naozaj k nim vyjadrovať. To je zabitý systém. Bo tí ľudia sa musia naozaj nudiť. Priveľa času. Ľudská sa degeneráta. Tento má túto ono. Ľudská sa degeneráta. Ak si jeden retar myslí, že ja pôjdem do väzenia kvôli Tučkovi, tak sa vysoko mýli. Môže si písať sračky, aké chce. Sračky sú absolútne. Absolútne irrelevantné. Neviem, či stihnem toto.
Will do. Arrived at the location.
Stihneme to. Neviem, či som už bol, alebo nie. Neviem, či som už bol, ale... Aby som sa pozrieť na toto. Trochu toto fixnúť. Vždy tí ľudia to sú frustrujúce bytosti. Depresívne činnosti, depresívne bytosti. Strašne depresívne ľudia. Fakt, že ľudia sú strašne depresívne. Tak keď som sa bavil, na to neexistuje neprejavné. To neexistuje ani prejavné. Kde mi to dal? Čo je to za pičus? Ako mi tam môže komentovať? Ako môže, že nemôže komentovať? Tomu nerozumiem. Pičusovi nemali. Pičusovi nemali mať dovolené komentovať. Ako na YouTube som to zatrhol. Public. Friends. What the fuck? To som mal dávno nastaviť. What the fuck? What the fuck? Prečo? Prečo mám takto kokocky to nastavené? Že to kopecky nastavené. A tieto už nemôžu. To je zvláštne. A títo imbecilovia ľudia, oni hľadajú cesty, ako si na mňa vyšľapávať. To je neuveriteľné. To je absolútne neuveriteľné. Ako ľudia hľadajú cesty. Ako si na mňa vyšľapnúť. To je neuveriteľné. Oni si myslia, že majú na nich náladu alebo niečo. Proste nie, nemám náladu na žiadneho človeka. Absolútne žiadneho. Dajú mi svoje pičné komentáre. Svoje sáčky. Bože, ja som unavený z ľudských degenerov. Normálne je ťažké sa im vyhýbať. Oni ťa všade hľadajú. Proste ako nedajú mi pokoj. Proste... To neuveriteľné. Oni majú naozaj priveľa času a primálo povinností. Ja neviem, kde mi hlava stojí na niečo skôr. Ľudia, poďme sa pustiť do týto, však nemáme aj tak čo robiť. Ja normálne nerozumiem ich mentalite. Prečo so mnou strácajú čas? Ja to nechápem. O čo im ide? Takže pán Štúvek je od roku 2015. Takže pán Štúvek má 8 rokov. To ja nechápem. Normálne ako ľudia, ako pochopiť za ostalých ľudí, to je nad moju šmakovskú úroveň. Ako o čo im ide? Ako ty si na mňa môžeš vyšľapnúť koľko chceš. Jediné, čo to z teba spraví, je imbecil. Aký to má význam? Aký má význam vyšľapávať si na mňa, keď jediné, čo získaš, je imbecil? Tomu nerozumiem. Prečo? Prečo by si to chcel robiť? Prečo by si chcel robiť imbecila? Ste príliš hustí. A na čo? Aký to má význam? To je neuveriteľné. There we go. 20, 10. Двадцатое, 10, 2013. Na. No, ako tí ľudia, to je zámita. To je totalizmus. To je únava z nich, únava z nich. Sila mi to uškodí. Je to nápad. Plno týchto postov. A myslím, tu som safe. O toto... myslím, že sme finish na tejto. Budem to riešiť potom, ak náhodou budeme v tej situácii. Znova. Ty kokos. Holy shit, man. Ja neviem, čo sú ľudia zač. Čo sú ľudia zač. Dobre, whatever, man. Whatever. Je ťažké vyhýbať sa ľuďom. Aj osobné a neosobné, očividne. Ten cieľ je slušne náročný. Slušne náročný cieľ. Ako vyhýbať sa ľuďom je slušne náročná činnosť. Masívne. Ťažšie, ako som si myslel. No a nemám pokoja od tých pičusov. Som si nikdy nemyslel, že bude také ťažké spraviť, aj mi ľudia dali pokoj. Ťažké spraviť. Veľmi ťažké spraviť. Neuveriteľné, úprostné. Viete, som si nemyslel, že bude také ťažké vyhnúť sa ľuďom. Živote. To je šokujúce. Nevidím. V živote som si nemyslel. Že je také ťažké vyjebať sa ľuďom. Tyto. Mhm. čo som potreboval. Geniálne. No. No. To si pozrieme. A to vyzerá byť zaujímavé.
To you by brilliant. On Sunday, Slovakia's government collapsed, unleashing more chaos in the already unstable political landscape. President Zuzana Čaputová is now expected to appoint the first technocratic government in Slovak history, to serve until an early election on the 30th of September, while the country braces for a divisive political campaign between liberal pro-Western forces and nationalist pro-Russian forces. So in this video, we're going to look at how Slovakia got into this ongoing crisis, why pro-Russian parties are currently way ahead in the polls, and whether this means that Slovakia could end up as the new black sheep of Europe. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we
Black
release new
sheep.
videos. To understand how we got here, we need some context. Slovakian politics used to be dominated by Robert Fico, who served as Prime Minister between 2006 to 2010 and from 2012 to 2018.
Fico.
Fico is an ex-communist and founder of the Social Democratic SMER party, which is economically left-wing, but also holds socially conservative and nationalist views. Fico faced many accusations of corruption, but what really shook his government up was the assassination of investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his girlfriend by the Slovak mafia. Kuciak had accused Fico and his SMER of having ties to the mafia, which created a general suspicion that Fico had something to do with his murder. This sparked massive protests, which successfully pressured Fico to step down and leave the government in the hands of Vice Premier Peter Pellegrini. Although the government survived, anti-SMER sentiment became so strong that it gave rise to populist firebrand Igor Matovic, leader of the Ordinary People and Independent Personalities Movement, or OLANO for short. Matovic was known as a provocateur who was popular for his publicity stunts, which took shots at corrupt politicians. In the 2020 parliamentary elections, his aggressive rhetoric captured the voter sentiment and saw him surge to first place with 25% of the vote, while Pellegrini-led SMER received only 18%. Matovic formed a broad right-wing government with smaller liberal and conservative parties, and commanded a constitutional majority as a result. Pellegrini, meanwhile, left SMER and founded HLAS, which is meant to be a more moderate catch-all version of Fico's party. It soon became apparent that Matovic was a much better showman than a politician, often sparking feuds with his coalition partners. After a year of arguing with Minister Richard Sulik from the Liberal SAS party over COVID measures, OLANO fell by 15 points in the polls. When Matovic tried to secure Sputnik COVID vaccines, Sulik threatened to pull support. To keep the coalition intact, Matovic stepped down as Prime Minister and switched roles with his Finance Minister, Eduard Heger. However, Matovic kept sabotaging the government, constantly sparking feuds with his coalition partners. This culminated into another political crisis in December last year, with the Liberal SAS party leaving government, when Matovic reneged on his promise to step down as Finance Minister and literally retracted his resignation letter right after having signed it. As a result, the government lost a confidence vote and Heger resigned as Prime Minister, only to be reappointed by President Čaputová to serve until an early election in September 2023. Heger, meanwhile, left OLANO, kicked Matovic out of government, and took on the finance ministry himself. Unsurprisingly, this ad hoc government was beset by chaos and infighting, and in March, the Minister of Healthcare resigned due to incompetence. They stumbled on for a bit until last week, when both the Foreign Minister resigned and the Agricultural Minister resigned, after it was revealed that his company had received state subsidies. Heger himself Slovakia's central bank, Ludovic Odor. Odor is due to hold office until Slovakia's upcoming elections, which are due for September the 30th. So what happens next? Well, unsurprisingly, all this chaos is a golden opportunity for Robert Fico and his SMER party, who were already polling ahead of Pellegrini's HLAS before the crisis. A Fico victory would be bad news, at least from the EU's perspective, because he's remarkably pro-Russian and anti-Ukraine. Fico has said he would end arms deliveries to Ukraine, veto any new EU sanctions and Ukraine's accession to NATO, and claimed that Ukrainian fascists started the war in Ukraine in 2014. Now, because SMER are still polling at less than 20%, and Slovakia uses a proportional representation electoral system, Fico won't be able to get a majority by himself. However, he has a natural ally in the Republic movement, which splintered from the neo-fascist Slovak People's Party, and is polling at around 8% of the vote, who are also pro-Russian. If you don't live in Slovakia, the success of these pro-Russian parties might seem a bit odd, given how most generally anti-Russian the rest of Europe is. But the Slovak public are actually the most pro-Russian in the EU. According to polling from September last year, over half of the population wants Russia to win the war, with only about 30% rooting for Ukraine and the remaining 20 saying they don't know. Even before the war in 2021, a different poll recorded 56% of Slovaks agreeing with the notion that NATO is provoking Russia. Unsurprisingly, Slovaks therefore generally oppose sanctions on Russia. According to the latest Eurobarometer polling, 44% of Slovaks disagree with sanctions, the highest figure in the EU. So, is Slovakia destined to elect a pro-Kremlin government led by Fico? In short, no, it isn't. At least not yet. Progressive Slovakia, a social liberal party co-founded by President Čaputová, has also seen a steady rise to third place in the polls. Since the party was excluded from the government coalition at the last election, it's not associated with the recent chaos, and also benefits from the fact that Čaputová remains the most trusted figure in Slovak politics. It's also worth mentioning that, for a functioning majority, Fico would probably need the support of a third party, like the conservative We Are Family movement or the Christian Democrats, both of which vocally support Ukraine. However, the constant bickering among pro-Western and pro-Ukraine politicians doesn't bode well for them. SAS and the Progressives have ruled out working with Matovic, and they're not too eager to work with Hager's New Democrats party either. The emergence of a whole load of pro-Western parties like the Blues and Apple is also worrying, because chances are they'll split the pro-Western vote while failing to reach the 5% threshold. All in all, it's hard to predict how things will pan out 5 months before the election, but as things stand, Slovakia's pro-Russian bloc has the upper hand. What do the world's best politicians have in common? They're willing to learn something new every day. And if you think that sounds too hard or too time-consuming, or even just too overwhelming for you to do, then you haven't tried Brilliant.org. Brilliant.org is the best way to learn maths and computer science in a fun and interactive way. That's because Brilliant has literally thousands of lessons, from foundational and advanced maths to skills crucial in the modern world, like AI, data science, neural networks, and more, with new lessons added monthly. Like I said though, the real value here is that you can do this easily every day, truly committing to lifelong learning. Slowly,
On the show last week also took him to task on the question of Ukraine. That was Roseanne Barr, popular American comedian and actress. Roseanne Barr was not brought on to necessarily discuss the situation in Ukraine. She was brought on to discuss some recent controversies that painted her as anti Semitic, despite the fact that she herself is Jewish, and was actually making fun of people who were anti Semitic. Regardless of that fact, the line of questions.
To je problém, že tam sedia do piče, prečo tam sedia? Kriste páne, pre Kyuriť tam sedia. Nemôžete tam sedieť, neviem odkiaľ ste prišli, ale nemôžete tam sedieť. No. Kto je hento? Prečo noví pičusovia sem chodia? Noví pičusovia sem chodia, ktorých absolútne nepoznám. Samozrejme, že je to moja chyba. Ani hento hovno nemalo šancu dopadnúť. Príliš ďaleko. To je problém, ktorý to je, že sa chodia noví pičusovia a v kuse sú to otlkačky kvôli tomu. A to je celý problém, ktorý to je. Lebo tu nič není. Aspoň keby ho nechali na pokoji v kľude kvásiť. Aspoň keby oni v kľude vkvásili, ty kokos. Šeďoch, chvala pánu, že si odletel preč. Kristo rány. Budeme zabezpečiť niečo, by tam nesedeli. Treba to zabezpečiť. Piči, no. Ten satelit mi tiež komplikuje život. Piči sa na ňom sedia. Piči sa ich potom vidia. Shit.
Questioning and conversation did turn to Ukraine, and much to the surprise, I think, of the host of the show, Piers Morgan, Roseanne Barr brought some fiery points. So let's take a look at what she had to say.
I'm from the Ukraine. There is a large faction of Nazis. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. I'm from the Ukraine, and they marched my entire family, grandmothers, great-grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen. And I try to shake them up, Pierce. You're goddamn right I do. I try to shake them up and crack their mind control programming. I do it for God.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I don't agree with you about a lot of the stuff you said about Ukraine. I know what you said. You're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of
You
Nazis.
haven't seen the swastikas on those soldiers' arms. It's in the
Zelensky
news.
himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but he's not a good one. Are all Jews the same? For God's sake, talk about anti-Semitic. Just because a guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for the Jews. I mean, so what? Who cares what anybody is? That was the whole point of my tweet. Just because they're skin folk don't mean they're kinfolk. You know what I mean? Just because they're the same color as you don't mean they ain't trying to lock your ass up. Wake up, people! Snap out of it.
I love it. Roseanne Barr, so based. She got him. And it's like, yeah, think about this. She's been lied about, smeared, tarred and feathered by the press so much. But she's Jewish. Her family's from Ukraine. As she just said, her family, her great-grandparents, 10 siblings of them, they were walked out and they were victims of the Banderites and the Organization for Ukrainian Nationalists, the Nazis in Ukraine. She understands this. Piers Morgan also understands this, but she knows he's lying through his teeth each and every episode. Okay, it's what I said the other day. I said, hey, look, I did a very brief amount of research and I'm going to do more, obviously. I've prepared myself always for debates, but I just wanted to do a quick look at Piers Morgan's Twitter account when I saw I was going to be debating him about Ukraine. And you know what I saw on his Twitter account? Virtually no tweets about Ukraine prior to 2019. Nothing. In 2019, he made fun of Zelensky, a comedian actor with no political experience, becoming president. And then there was no tweets about Ukraine until February 24th, 2022. And then it's, oh my God, I stand with Ukraine. So why didn't you stand with Ukraine back between 2014 and 2022? You didn't stand with them back then? You don't care? So your care for the Ukrainian children only began after 2022? Okay. Well, I just think that's a little bit interesting, and yeah, talk about anti-Semitism. Not all Jews are the same. That's just ludicrous. So you're saying that if you say that, oh, well, he can't be bad towards Jews because he's Jewish. No, not all Jews are the same, Pierce. Just take the issue of Palestine, for example. You have Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist, that support Palestine, and then you've got Zionist ones that say that they want to eradicate the Palestinians, okay? You can't just say all people are the same. You definitely can't say that someone like Zelensky, who's spitting on the grave of his grandfather, who fought in the Great Patriotic War, that these two people are the same. It's like, this is insane, okay? And should we watch that one more time? I think we should. It's just such a great clip.
I'm from the Ukraine. There is a large faction of Nazis. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. I'm from the Ukraine, and they marched my entire family, grandmothers, great-grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen. And I try to shake them up, Pierce. You're goddamn right I do. I try to shake them up and crack their mind control programming. I do it for God.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I don't agree with you about a lot of the stuff you said about Ukraine. I know what you said. You're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of
You
Nazis.
haven't seen the swastikas on those soldiers' arms. It's in the news.
Zelensky himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but he's not a good one. Are all Jews the same? For God's sake, talk about anti-Semitic. Just because a guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for the Jews. So what? who cares what anybody is? That was the whole point of my tweet. Just because they're skin folk don't mean they're kin folk. You know what I mean? Just because they're the same color as you don't mean they ain't trying to lock your ass up. Wake up, people! Snap out of it!
I love the passion. I love the passion. It's amazing to see. You don't see that, especially from someone of her stature, a very famous comedian and actress. You know, someone who agrees with her is the president of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega. He's a very base leader, and he has rejected Nazi Zelensky. Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega has accused the EU of hurting the community of Latin American and Caribbean states by forcing it to adopt a statement in support of fascist Nazi Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the EU CELAC summit on Wednesday. Speaking at an event celebrating the 44th anniversary of the Sandinista victory in Nicaragua, Ortega lamented that the Brussels summit, the first in many years, attended by Managua, had released a statement expressing concern about the war against Ukraine, despite his country's objections. Accusing the EU of trying to run Nicaragua in agreement with the United States, he emphasized that his government did not sign, approve, or accompany what was announced pompously and falsely as the declaration of consensus of the three CELAC European summit. Resolutions have to be taken by consensus, Ortega insisted. By not following the procedure, the EU is hurting CELAC. So he says, you know, we don't want the Nazi Zelensky here. They wanted to put the fascist, the Nazi president of Ukraine in the meeting. The Europeans pressed hard, but most of the CELAC countries did not accept and could not stand for the fascist president of Ukraine, Ortega said, adding that the EU's efforts to introduce a line in the summit statement explicitly blaming Russia for the turmoil in Ukraine had been rebuffed. Logically, we could not accept this. Okay, extremely based there. And you know what? I want to play one last clip in this story for you all because there's so much talk about, you know, like everyone being all pro-Ukraine. Roseanne Barr there saying like, yeah, of course, everyone's saying, why is everyone saying pro-Ukraine stuff, Slava Ukraini? I know why, and it's bad. It is bad. Even Zelensky knows it's bad, despite the fact that he's the one leading the charge, okay? Here's an old video of Zelensky himself. You know, Zelensky, I've showed you clips of him joking about how Ukraine is filled with Nazis. He says Mein Kampf is sold out in Ukraine. He said that before when he was a comedian. He joked about how something to the effect of, you know, how people block the sun when it's in their eyes in Ukraine is by doing a Sieg Heil. And now here's another clip that was unearthed of Zelensky saying that you need medicine if you say Slava Ukraini. Good evening, dear Ukraine. Good evening, beloved Kiev. I'm now on Manezh Square in Moscow, and it says that our regular column in news from Russia is on the air. You know, it is really very democratic here. It is free, and anyone can shout glory to Ukraine and nothing will happen. That is, nothing that modern medicine could not cope with. So there he is making jokes about how you need medicine to cope with your mental illness if you are saying things like Slava Ukraini or glory to Ukraine, Helom Slava, all these things. Now he's the one leading the charge for it. So joke's on you, Zelensky. You're the fool, you're the puppet, and you're the one who's going to meet the same fate likely as many other Western puppets have met over the past several decades if you continue down this path. Thanks for watching that episode of The Dive.
We can do something about it, right? There we go. Ale čo spravíme? Ako sme na tomto? Potom sme sa ukludnili, prestal lietať hore dole. Keď ste... Páne, odkiaľ sa vzali len tí dva? Tí dva sú problém. Odkiaľ prišli len tí dva? Ten čierny a ten druhý. A odkiaľ prišli, sú problém. Jak to je to neopravilo, to nechápam. Teraz som ho dal opravovať. Odkiaľ prišli na tie hlavy? To sú skurvený problém. A títo dva šedia bublák to takisto. Pusť to do seba sere. Nevie sa to ukludniť. Či keby sa ukludnil a odišiel z tej lišty. Bože, bože. Čo keby sa Bubak ukludnil a odišiel z toho pičného satelitu do prdele. Bolo to celkom prozaické. Čo keby ten skurvysyn odišiel z toho satelitu? Ja tomu nerozumiem. Prečo tam sedí na ňom? Chvála pánu. Chvála pánu. Chvála pánu. Ale balkón je čistý, chvála pánu. A ty čo? Dajte mi nejaké nové pikošky. Čo mi dávate iba tak málo?
What's your take on the accession of Finland into NATO, its new membership? Where are we going here? It doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem like good places when it comes to a bigger and bigger NATO.
Well, first of all, we need to understand that this is the most recent expansion of the not 1 inch eastward policy that was adopted by NATO back when the Cold War ended. Guarantees given to Mikhail Gorbachev that NATO had no desire to move eastward, that Russia...
Môžeš odtiaľ odísť, Bubák, pre Kristove rany. Môžeš odísť z toho satelitu, kokoti ťa vidia. Môžeš odísť z toho satelitu, na kýju piču tam sedíš ako kokot. Buď odleď do prdele, alebo sa poď posadiť dole na balkón. Ty neandertálec, lebo ťa pôjdem odprávať do riti. Aký piču tam sedíš a robíš tam kokota zo seba? Ten čierny holub je problém. Spôsobuje neskutočné problémy. Aj odkiaľ došiel, ale robí problémy.
The Soviet Union didn't need to fear this. And now here we are, over 2 decades later, and 3 decades, and we have NATO all the way up to the Russian border. The Baltic states are part of NATO. Ukraine.
To je šeďoch, to nie je bubák. Čo to robí skurvený šeďoch? Čo tu robí ten prípek? On tu už nemá čo byť. Už tu nemá čo byť. Čo to robí spíčený šeďoch? Čo to robí? To nerozumiem.
That's why the Russians are fighting this war right now. Then there's Finland and Sweden, two longtime neutral parties. They have, especially the Swedes, trained in an interoperable fashion with the West, but they weren't part of the alliance, and they didn't have a need to be part of the alliance, and Russia didn't view them as part of the alliance.
Šeďoch do piče. Čo robíš zase? Čo tam sedíš? Ty nerozumieš, že ťa uvidia? Ty degenerát. Odleď do prdele. A ja nemôžem ani od ťa poslať do prdele, lebo ak ho pošlem do prdele, tak aj Beloch odletí a to spôsobí ešte väčší roj. Odleď do prdele, šeďoch, alebo sa zaší. Chvála Pánu.
And therefore, Russian military capabilities along the Finnish border were the minimum necessary to safeguard St. Petersburg, the Kaliningrad enclave, things of that nature. Now Finland has joined NATO, and Vladimir Putin has said that you're a sovereign state, you can do what you want, but this changes everything. We no longer view you as a neutral entity. You're not a neutral party. You're now a hostile nation, an unfriendly nation. You're joining an alliance that is engaged in trying to achieve the strategic defeat of Russia, which, if you think about it, means you're trying to kill yourself, because Russia has nuclear weapons, which will be released if the existential survival of Russia is ever put at risk. And the idea that NATO can somehow empower Ukraine to recapture Crimea, recapture Kherson, Zaporizhia, ignores the fact that Russia views these territories as part of Russia, constitutionally speaking. Referendum have been passed, votes have been made, they've been absorbed in. So anybody says, no, we support a Ukrainian counteroffensive, we support the drive to the Azov Sea, we want to split this, that, the other, you do understand that you're supporting a death penalty for the world, because Russia cannot allow itself to be defeated, and they will use nuclear weapons to prevent that kind of defeat. So if NATO is facilitating Ukrainian military action of a significant scope and scale to threaten the survival of Russia, then Russia has a duty and responsibility to view NATO is a potentially hostile state. So Finland has now joined an alliance that is openly hostile to Russia. So what they've done now is they have presented themselves as a threat to Russia. Russia's responding in kind. Part of this expansion that Russia undertook to 1.5 million men from their special military operations strength of around 900,000, 70,000 of those are an army corps that's been created in Karelia to protect St. Petersburg from the Finnish threat or NATO threat, but also threaten Helsinki, threaten some of the most strategically important territory in Finland. And Finland doesn't have an army capable of withstanding this. The Finns have to spend a lot of money to re-up their thing. There's now an 810.
Píče šeďoch, čo robíš kokota zo seba? Čo zase došiel? Ako nerozumiem, čo zase došiel? Čo sem chodíš, šeďoch? Čo tam sedíš, bubák? Buď bodnú, alebo odlet do prdele. No to je šeďoch, dovol ten doj. Kriste, páne. Whatever, šeďoch. Whatever. Si ako totálny pičus.
Mile border. People say, well, that puts Russia at a disadvantage. I'd say, well, no, it actually puts the nation only has 18,000 regular troops at a disadvantage. And Finland's economy, like all other economies, took a hit from the pandemic. It takes a hit from Russian energy and the inability to freely access this energy. Where are they going to get the money to do this tremendous military buildup? Are they going to turn their nation into a barracks for NATO? People tend to forget the history of Finland here. 1939, they fought a winter war against the Russians. They lost that in March of 1940 when the Russians broke through the Mannerheim line and confronted the Finns with strategic defeat. They then joined the side of Nazi Germany in 1941, participated in the siege of Leningrad, which killed over 1 million Russians. By the time the siege was lifted, and the Soviets were counterattacking, the Finns wisely opted for peace. They turned on their German ostensible allies. But rather than punishing Finland with an...
No, že ten kokot si zase našiel. Kde zase komentuje ten primitív? Čo zase robí ten kokot? Kriste, páne. Priveľa času ako ľudská rasa. Čo zase komentuje? Kde zase komentuje? Kde zase komentuje to primitívne hovno? Kriste, toto je otravné. Toto je strašne otravné. Ako títo ľudia... Ja potrebujem zistiť, ako Ako si tento Facebook, aby sme kokoti nemohli komentovať nič, je to potrebujem nájsť v nastaveniach. Kde sa skomentuje, čo vyhrabal tu, kde. A to nebudem ani čítať, to nemá zmysel. To je to isté ako baviť sa s ľuďmi. To je zbytočné. Kde sa vyhrabal a čo sa skomentoval, kde ho pretlačil. Možno niekde úplne starý pretlačil. Čo sa deje? Nevidím nič, ty kokos. Bože, toto je tak únavné, ľudia sú tak ma vyčerpávajú. Ich demencie. A tu nevidím nič. Kde čo pretlačil? Som mi poslal notifikácie, ne? To nemá nič s tým komentom. Kde to je? Kde si našiel tú cestu? A som unavený. Som neskutočne vyčerpaný. To bola dobrá profilová fotka. Kvalitná. Belo, nesed na tom satelite, Môžeš nesedieť na satelite, Belo. Dono... Ako vyzerá? Klasička. Piče, to sme to vrátili úplne dozadu. Ja neviem, kde čo pretlačil. Vôbec neviem, kde čo pretlačil zase. Strašný mikrosmák je tam z tohto. Som v roku 2012. Už som tu. Môžete prestať sa na tom satelite, vy dementi. Buď odlete do prdela, alebo sa začnite na balkón. No, to bola Quicksina. Ja to musel pretlačiť niekde hore. On to musel pretlačiť niekde hore. Neexistuje. Nemalo by byť možné komentovať sračky. Nemalo by byť možné, tu to pretlačil. On to pretlačil úplne na začiatku. To je úplný začiatok, ne? Bože, toto je kokot. Ako ja to aj nečítam. Ale ako som pretláčal, je to kokotiny. Ako som pretláčal tieto kokotiny. Ako to zatrhnem tohto imbecila? Z toho som unavený. Ako zatrhnem tohto imbecila? Ako zatrhnem tohto imbecila? Isté páne. Who can post on your profile? Only me. Však to je nastavené, iba ja by som mal vedieť. Who can see what other posts on your profile? Allow others share your posted story. No. Who can post that you take in your profile? Only me. Teraz by to nemalo ísť asi. Ne, to nemá s tým nič spoločné. Nemalo by to ísť. Public posts, who can follow me, friends? Public posts, comments, public, no public. Toto bude ono. Toto bude ono. Public post notification, no one. Ukáž, toto bude ono. All Facebook reviews. Toto bude ono. Public post comments. Choose who is allowed to comment on public post. To bude ono. No jasne, dobre. Lebo som to našiel, už by to nemalo ísť. Už by som mal mať pokoj. Už by som mal mať pokoj konečne od primitívov. Neviem si predstaviť, kde ma ešte sú schopní kontaktovať. YouTube som zatrhol. Facebook mal byť fixnutý. Facebook mal byť fixnutý. Facebook mal byť fixnutý. A vykatil som je na balkón. Easy. No big deal. Vykatil som je na balkón. Dobre. Aj si predstaviť ešte, že kde budú pretlačať svoje hovna. Kde budú pretlačať svoje hovna. Keď necháme tí ľudia, oni majú... Oni fakt nemajú čo robiť. Proste ja neviem, kde mi hlava stojí, neviem, čo skôr mám spraviť. A oni pretlačujú silou mocou svoje hovna. Poďme spraviť toto. Oni pretlačujú svoje hovna. Bože, to sú kokoty. Koho im vyjebať sa ľudská rasa, nebude ťažký chlieb. Nebude ťažký chlieb. A nebude ťažký. Asi je ťažký chlieb. Aj Asi je ťažký chlieb vyhýbať sa ľudským hovnám. Už dávno som to mal spraviť, ako to nie je to ťažko. Tí ľudia proste oni musia dokazovať svoju degeneráciu, musia. To inak ani nejde. To neobídeš s nimi. Bože, vy ste kokoti. Môžeš to spustiť? Alebo si zaostali. Že tí ľudia sú úplne zaostali. Čo tu mám? To nič. Ako to by nešlo, by nepretlačili svoje hovná. To nie je reálne možné. Priveľa času, priveľa roboty. Ja sa dá zabiť, lebo míli. Good. They're fine. No dobre, treba niečo pozitívne mysleť. Už mám responderov. To je tučný skin. Relatívne tučný skin. Relatívne. Treba mysleť pozitívne. Máme konečne prvý z tučných skinov. Už by nemali vedieť pretlačať svoje kokotiny. Už by sa mať pokoj na Facebooku. Na Facebooku by sa mal mať pokoj. Na YouTube by som to mal mať zatrhnuté komentovanie tiež. Môže byť dementi. Hlavné organizmy. Ale to je kvalitný skin. Nie je najlepší, ale v hlave prečo nezobrať. Ale teraz to je solidné. Žiadny holub nesedí na lište, žiadny holub nesedí na satelite. Všetko je v pohode, všetko je v kľude. Nesedia, nekadia. We're fine. Yeah, good. Nesedia ani nekadia. Môžeš ho zabiť, ty kokos, 2 hodiny obucha. A takto to má byť vždy, páni. Aby skurvení ľudia neotravovali, nemáte sedieť na satelite, nemáte sedieť na tej lište, všetko je OK. Všetko je OK. No ak tam budete vysedávať, budem vám to musieť zatrhnúť. Tvrdo a rázne. Aby ma neotravovali zaostali ľudia. Je to aj pre váš benefit. Je to aj pre váš benefit. Keď ma nebudú otravovať zaostali ľudia, budem vo väčšej pohode. Vo väčšej pohode. A oni ma nebudú otravovať, pokiaľ vy nebudete vysedávať na tej lište. Ja tam asi zavesím vešiak, prísam vačku. Tam zavesím vešiak. To im malo stačiť, aby tam nesedeli. Keď môžem zavesiť vešiak, ale to sa tam dá môžem tam zavesiť vešiak. Tam je niekoľko možností, ako to riešiť. Ale zatiaľ to nie je problém. Nevysedávajú tam. Nevysedávajú tam. Takže dobre. Ja potrebujem v Jagged začať trénovať tú silu. Potrebujem začať trénovať tú silu. Takže prichádza čas. Koľko mi tu chýba? Good enough. Good enough.
Going. Arrived at the location. Sure.
Takže sme máme 92, 91, 85, 80. Toto bol 85 na veky,
Certainly.
pretože
Affirmative.
ja potrebujem hlavne silu.
Will do.
Máme kamuflážovanú vestu, čo je veľmi dobré.
Sure. Will do.
Toto ide kam? To je to isté, čo toto.
Affirmative. We can use this. Sure.
Je tu nejaký podzemný sektor? Není.
There's some loot in here.
Pesáčka. To je nič.
Will do. Take a
Dá
look
sa
at
ísť
this.
dnu.
Certainly. Going.
Neviem, či to bude stáť za to.
There's some quality stuff in here.
Quality nič.
Affirmative. Sure.
To nie je nič.
Will do.
To nie je nič.
Certainly. There's some loot over there. Will do.
To nie je nič.
Sure.
Tu asi tiež.
Will do.
Herbina máme.
Certainly. Will do. Sure. Affirmative.
No, že si našiel zase. Nie, nenašiel.
Sure.
Chlapa.
Certainly. Will do. Affirmative.
Bude veľa času. Bude veľa roboty. Títo ma netrápia.
Sure.
Teraz to musím počkať na tieto sklady. Obidva to dostanem. Pohoda. Odkiaľ začneme? To je jedno, niekde odtiaľto. Je ich tu vidno, odkiaľ prídu? Kde odtiaľ z vrchu?
Going undercover.
To nebude jednoduché tu.
Moving. Quiet. Okay.
Niekde odtiaľ to prídu, ne?
Hostile in sight. They found us.
Ako ich šmíkneme. Kam ich budem ťahať? Tu majú okna, ktoré môže rozbíjať. Nemajú. Neviem, kam ich budem ťahať, som trošku v také nepríjemnej situácii.
Moving to position.
Sejol som to? Sejol som to tu. Toto je nepríjemná situácia. Neviem, kde ich tu ťahať, to sú všetci pokope.
Okay. Certainly. Found one. Will do.
To sú všetci pokope. Ako len tí sa stiahli, toto mi vyhovuje viacej. Táto pozícia mi vyhovuje viacej. No, môžem stiahať, môžem týchto štyroch, ktorí sú najbližšie šmíknúť. Jo. Šmíkneme tohto.
Target subdued.
Postavili sme silu. Postavili sme silu 86. Počuli sa blížime. Samozrejme tako. Takže už potrebujem iba
Moving to position.
Čo si zase prišli? Odkiaľ ste vy zase prišli? Vy to nemáte čo robiť.
Kill confirmed.
Oh, that hurts!
Acknowledged.
A ten zomar.
Found a hostile.
Ešte predtým ako zomrem a samozrejme lokne, lebo je tupý. Oči prečo nie? Či to je to, čo robíš, ty jebo. Lokneš ma. Tak tupý. Akože ho neviem zabiť. Ako môžem dávať taký malý damage?
You would not scare us!
A ty padneš.
Bagged one. Going right now.
They are slaughtering us!
Ready.
Ten sápes bol trochu nešťastný.
Acknowledged.
Ten sápes bol trochu nešťastný.
Stand resolute!
Hostile eliminated. Going right now.
Môžeš ho trafiť. Tak by som to ocenil, keby si ho trafil.
Hostile eliminated. Moving to position.
Už zostal iba jeden pitches.
Going right now. What?
Všetko? A dobre, dostali sme silu 86. Už iba 4 boli do sily, iba ešte brutálne manko.
Moving to position. Area clear. Will do.
Aj ten čierny robí problémy. Sa to v kuse motá a všetci ho naháňajú. Tího to za chvíľu budú. Títo dva čierni sú problém. Tento šeďoch, tento hnedoch a tento čierny. Neviem, čo to robia, neviem, odkiaľ sa vzali, ale... Sú neskutočný problém.
Going. Sure. Found one. Certainly. Will do.
Huh? Alate! Alate!
Prečo má lokal len to hovno?
Moving to position.
Oh! Oh! It
Môžeš prestať skúrinať. Nie zoberiem ako tohto. Teraz zoberieme tohto. Tohto.
You would not scare us!
Hostile taken down.
Teraz zoberieme tohto.
Moving to position.
Asi.
That one went down nice and quiet. Acknowledged.
Teraz zoberieme tohto. To je plná, že tam sedia. A henty neznámy.
Target subdued. Permanently. Moving to position.
Forward! For the Legion!
Kam do piče zase ide? Piče, on dáva supresiu.
Yes?
Dá supresiu. To je problém. Nie, že sa začne za tento kameň.
Acknowledged. Taking cover.
To je v pohode.
See our courage!
Nerozchodil som to, sa mi zdá.
What?
Nerozchodil som to, god damn.
Moving to position.
Let the Major see my courage! Die!
Ready.
Je pravda, že nevidím. Ako to spravím? Potom sa pohol na tú opačnú stranu. Niekde. Stále potrebujem ísť sem.
Acknowledged.
Oh shit.
For the Major! Kill them for our fallen! Je les ai!
What?
Rozchodil som to, 73 plus 8, 70 ako. Ma sa presli znova. To je problém, ten čierny holub s týmto primitívnym bubákom aj šeďochom. To je katastrofa. 7, 8, no.
Going right now.
Zložím len jedného, čo je depresívne.
Oh! Oh, je suis gravement blessé!
Ani jedného nezložím. Toto je problém, ten čierny. Odtiaľ nechce odísť, ale tu už nič nie je. Čo spravím s týmto? Ale nedám Žiadneho, tak ma dostanú, ak dá, tak ma dostanú. Jeden, čo mi ostáva, je zalie sem.
Going undercover. Ready.
To tak mohlo stačiť.
Found a hostile.
Ale to je dosť. No.
Moving to position.
No to je malo stačiť. Dokáže zabiť na jedno ráno. Je to dosť dôležité. No, nedokážeš, môžem ťa srať.
Acknowledged.
Ani tohto? Ty si robíš zo mňa
Wrong
srandu?
right now.
Stand resolute!
Got one.
Mal si ich zabiť všetkých.
Yes?
Koľko ste mi zobrali? Nedostatočne. Daj ste mi ale slov. A inakuráciu.
Acknowledged. Target subdued. Permanently.
Čiže si to vyšlo.
Area clear.
Čiže si to vyšlo.
Will do.
Čiže si to vyšlo. No. To je sila. Ako sme na tom tu? Takže tu sme zredukovali 2 útočné sklady a poslal ďalší útočný sklad do tej báne. Ďalší plác je ideme sem náspäť, to stíham, kde sa ju pomaly. Zastavím aj ten sklad a sú finishnutí takisto. Odtiaľ to môžem ísť zrovna sám. A tu báňu nezískajú. Koľko je tam? 10. Takže tieto útočné sklady sú problém, lebo a možno by som im to mal nechať zovať. Ten sa vykadil zo satelitu, ale nemal šancu dopadnúť na nikoho. Znova. Príliš veľká vzdialenosť od balkónu. Príliš veľká vzdialenosť. Vietor nedostatočný. To vidím podľa toho, že sa nemykálny. A čo tam zase sedíš? Čo tam sedíš na tom satelite? Môžeš odtiaľ odísť znova preč. Imbecilovia ťa budú vidieť, budú stresovať. Toto mi dáva silu. Toto mi dáva silu. Daj mi 20. Skovaný bubák. A čo tam sedí? Čo tam išiel sedieť? Spečený v mozgu. Čo som chcel? Kedy bude to? Toto som chcel pozrieť. Som v pohode. Vôbec. Mám náladu na Jagged, nemám náladu na nič. Jagged času ako klasu. Jagged je jedna z tých vecí, tá výhodná vec, že to neponáhla. To či si dám hodinku denne, 10 minút denne, alebo 8 hodín denne, to je úplne jedno. Je v pohode. Možno dajú konečne normálny patch. Môžete prestať tam sedieť. Kriste pána. Všetko to robia tí noví holuby, ktorí neviem odkiaľ prichádzajú. Noví dreváci. No nič. No nič. What? Ja to som nedopozeral.
Occupation and things of that nature. What Russia said is, you get to live, but you can't be a member of a foreign alliance in perpetuity. That means forever. Because we don't want Finland to once again be used as a jumping off block for a hostile military force that wants to threaten St. Petersburg or Leningrad. With the fall of the Soviet Union, Finland.
Kriste, páne Bubák, nevysedáva, nestoj tam po dnu, alebo chod do riti. Si úplne zapečený, poď dnu, alebo chod do riti. Prečo tam musíš stáť 2 hodiny? Pani Bubák, kto to je? Kto to je? Kto to je? Toho nepoznám. Tento čierny robí problémy tiež, neviem odkiaľ sa zjavil. Hento je kto? To je žena. Šedá žena. Whatever, man. Whatever.
Was able to opt out of the in perpetuity standpoint, but they still ostensibly remain neutral. Now they join NATO. Now they have to secure that border. It's going to be a huge problem for Finland and a big problem for Sweden, because I believe now that Finland's in, that Turkey will eventually, Turkey's trying to squeeze the West to get as many concessions as possible from this. And, I'm sure there's not only the above the table deals that are taking place, but there's some underneath the table place between the collective West and Turkey. And I think that Sweden will probably get voted on, sometime before the end of this year, maybe early next year. But Sweden too will be a member of NATO. So now we have the continued expansion of NATO against Russia. But in some ways, if somebody was betting on this making Russia weak, it's had the exact opposite effect. Russia has expanded its military to 1.5 million, new military formations going up against Finland. Russia would have had a hard time justifying these expenses from a political standpoint prior to the special military operation, but because of the concerted effort by the collective West to strategically defeat Russia, we now see the Russian population firmly behind this expansion of the military. And again, if I were the Finns, I think you're going to wake up sometime in the next 5 years when the demands on your defense budget are too great and your society won't take it, and realizing that you're on the wrong side of history. You bet on the wrong horse.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar, Scott, with the way that Finland and the Nordic countries in that region of Europe are kind of renowned for their social safety net, and NATO is a drain on that as well. It really does have implications, and with that point on Russia, it does make me think about how there are a lot of people in China who, while they may oppose U.S. aggression, they also see it as a credit for and really a spark for how much people have consolidated around and supported and grown their support in their own government, and that's made their society and system stronger. And I see a very similar thing, maybe with different, of course, circumstances and characteristics, happening with Russia. The more that NATO encircles, the more that NATO grows, the more that countries like Finland and Sweden just decide to throw away their futures for NATO. This actually makes support for Russia's government, support for Russia, and the defense of Russia within Russia that much stronger.
No, you're 100% correct. Vladimir Putin, one of the issues we have in the West is that we don't properly define the problem with Russia. And one of the reasons why this happens is we have a class of people I call the Putin whisperers. These are these fake academics. They're not fake. I mean, they have degrees. Michael McFaul has a degree. He's a professor at Stanford. They're fake Russia experts. He's not an expert on Russia. He's an American propagandist. Angela Stent at Georgetown, it's the same thing. She's not an expert on Russia. She's an American propagandist. Fiona Hill, an American propagandist. These are people that have a vision of what Russia should look like. Amazing that Westerners, outsiders, have a vision of what Russia should look like. And they've been in favor of implementing policies to achieve that objective. And that objective is to break Russia up into smaller constituent parts. You see, we're very fearful of the size of Russia, the physical size of Russia, but also what's contained in that landmass. A great deal of the world's resources. And we are nervous that a single nation has access to all these resources because they can not only become self-sustainable in certain critical industries, but they will be able to help others. And in this case, others means China, with the world's largest population, with a modernizing industrial base, modernizing infrastructure. And now you bring China and Russia together in this nexus of economic capacity, and it's an unbeatable force. This is why the Trans-Eurasian Economic Union that's being pushed by the Russians and the Chinese is a serious thing. I don't think the United States has properly defined what's going on in Russia. We don't understand what their strategic objectives are vis-a-vis China. We don't understand what China's strategic objectives are vis-a-vis Russia. Take a look at Vladimir Putin's meeting with Joe Biden in June of 2021. When Joe Biden came out of that without prompting, he turned to the media and said, I think
Ty idu nové holuby, kto to je zas? To je nový šedý holub. Oni spôsobujú tiež chaos. A teraz skvelný bubák ho bude naháňať. Oni tu Príde vždy nový holub a je tu chaos. Oh, we're good.
Putin should not get close to China. That's a bad thing. That China has, ill intent towards them, etc. The president was totally out of touch because you see Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping have had great relations for a long time, friendly relations. I mean, like friends, real friends. These are guys that meet each other for their birthdays. They socialize. They make pancakes together. They make, they cook. They have a really good relationship. And how insulting is it then for the United States president to say, I have to educate Putin on China? I'm pretty sure Putin knows more about China than you do, Mr. Biden. I think he's understands the relationship. Putin gave a speech even in the aftermath of the recent visit by Xi Jinping. Putin gave a speech where he said, we have our history with China. I mean, he's not pretending that everything has been roses with China. We had our history, he said. We have our problems, but we are in a situation where we don't have any other choice. And this isn't a bad choice. It's not as though we have to hold our nose on this. This isn't a bad choice. This is a good choice. It requires some changes on our part, but the West has compelled us to make these changes, so we are going to make these changes. Now we have this relationship that is stronger than any alliance. And I know a lot of people in the West roll their eyes when they hear, it's just Russian propaganda. Well, if you take a look at the NATO Charter, for instance, people like to talk about the strength of the NATO Charter. But the NATO Charter is far more restrictive than it is expansive, meaning that once you join NATO, a lot of controls come down on you because it's a negotiated agreement on a consensus basis. It means you've subordinated a lot of your sovereignty to the totality of an alliance that in some instances is deeply divided. Now we take Russia, China. There's no treaty, none whatsoever. So when people say, well, what are the limitations?
Môžeš tam nesedieť. Môžeš tam nestáť. Môžeš buď odletieť, alebo ísť znú a naťahovať sa s bubákom. Skúrený bubák, musel si ho vyhnať. Ty vydrbaný mozog, musel si ho vyhnať na tú lištu. Zaostalec k dielu. Teraz tam vidíš ešte aj ty, jak dement tam stojíš. Kriste, pán.
There are no limitations. They can go anywhere they want it to go, or nothing can happen. And it doesn't change the impact. They still are friendly nations. This allows for a very pragmatic approach. To give you an example of this pragmatism. Recently, Russia had signed some concessions with Vietnam, the Republic of Vietnam, for oil exploration in the vicinity of the South China Sea in waters that are contested with China. And Russia has been actively drilling. They have their rigs there. They're drilling it for joint exploitation. And recently, a Chinese naval vessel came and sailed through there in one of their, an act of intimidation, I guess, against the Vietnamese. There were people that were shouting, because this happened right after Xi Jinping returned back to China. And people were shouting, saying, oh, look, this is proof that China doesn't take Russia seriously. this is garbage relationship. They lied. There's tensions there. And I asked a senior Russian official about this, a former diplomat who would hold China hand. Maria Zakharova's father, by the way, used to be a diplomat in Beijing for many years. And he said, look, Russia's always been pragmatic about these things. Russia's not taking sides. Russia is doing what it does and will continue to do that. And in some instances, this may cause problems with the Chinese, but the nature of the relationship between Russia and China is that because there is no treaty constraints or treaty that defines things, Russia can be pragmatic about what's going on in these oil fields, but still reach out to the Chinese about gas deals and other deals to bring in Belts and Roads Initiative, as Xi Jinping to make a phone call on behalf of a potential peace. Why? Because there are no limitations to this relationship. This relationship can go in any direction whatsoever. Imagine that. Imagine the maturity of your approach towards interacting with other nations, where it wasn't a zero-sum game where you had to win, or because if you didn't win, then it was a loss. What if you actually just sat down and respected everything and treated each thing separately? You didn't have some all-encompassing manifest destiny type plan that said America must rule the world through a rules-based international order, but instead you said we'll take each thing one at a time and treat it the way it deserves to be treated, with the respect, but we don't allow this to actually dictate this outcome. Where would we be today if that was the approach we took? I would hasten to believe that we would be far more deeply entrenched in the Middle East because nations would want us to be there. But when we decide that our task is to illegally occupy a third of Syria to steal oil to finance a terrorist organization that fights against an ostensible NATO ally, think of what I just said there, the complexity of that. Then, because that's what we do. That's what America does. But had we not done this, where could we be? We could be in there, a player, still able to ask our friends to manipulate the oil market to our economic benefit because we're friends, we're friendly, there's no reason to fear us. But now, nobody saw. Mohammed bin Salman just came out and said, I don't care what Joe Biden thinks about me anymore. I'm done with him. I'm done with American opinion. Saudi Arabia has divorced itself from the United States orbit. And, this is a game-changing event.
Yeah, the world is certainly changing, and NATO expansion is definitely at the heart of it, and the expansion of this chaos and destruction that you speak.
Môžeš nestať tam? Ťa ľudia pičisovia budú v strese. A zase niekto po tebe skočí, ale mu to vytrvá v mozgu. Nechodia tam ani v kľude sedieť. Možno.
The way the U.S. relates to the world is helping to lay a foundation for this, and it, as you said, I think it goes hand in hand. It's like it's not a bad option for Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, for much of the Arab world, much of the African continent. It's not a bad option to come together and try to figure out something else, and not least because, well, the other option is actively harming you every step of the way. But
not just militarily, but economically. I don't know. Did you see what Marco Rubio said the other day?
Right. I think it was something about he was admitting fear of this development, I believe, right?
Yeah, he basically said, because Brazil sat down with China and said, we're done with the dollar. We're going to do business in the yuan. And he's like, oh my God, the fourth largest economy. I mean, the largest economy in the southern hemisphere is decoupling from the dollar. We won't be able to sanction them anymore. We won't be able to exert our influence on them. They're going to function as a sovereign nation, and this is a terrible thing. Imagine. I mean, at least he was honest. I have to give him, straight up props for wow, what honesty. But then the spokesperson for the White House, I'll mispronounce her name, so I don't want to say it to insult.
Te konflikty, ty kokos. No, pičný bubak, nech sa nechá na pokoji.
But he basically was talking about this, and she said, those nations that seek to decouple the dollar, you are offending the American people, because the well-being of the American people depends on the ability of the dollar to be the supreme currency, the reserve currency, so that we can leverage this to enhance the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And she doesn't even listen to what she's saying. She's basically saying that if a nation decides that they don't want to do business with the dollar, that America will be compelled to intervene, because we have to have you do business with the dollar, because otherwise you're harming the economy of America, and that's an insult to the American people. The arrogance and the hubris. Look, I don't want the dollar to collapse. I don't know how about you, Danny, but I get paid in dollars, and and the dollars are what I take to the grocery store, and it sort of upsets me sometimes when the price of food goes up everywhere. I mean, we have a favorite diner that we go to every weekend for breakfast. Typical American diner, and they apologize. They came in and said we had to raise our prices, and I'm talking about not an insignificant raise, because just the price of food has gone up. You see that if you go to restaurants, you go to the grocery store, it's there. I want the dollar to be stable. I'd like the dollar to have value, because that way, when I earn $1,000, I can buy $1,000 worth of stuff. I don't want to earn $1,000 and only be able to buy $800 worth of stuff, or $600 worth of stuff, because you know what? Inflation is making the value of my dollar decrease, and my employer, by the way, it's not Russia. My employer is not giving me more money. It's not like my employer is going, oh gosh, look, the cost of living cost you 12.5% in the last year. Yeah, 12.5%. That's inflation and everything else. Some people say it's even higher. That means that instead of earning $100, I'm now earning, here we go with my military math, but it's going to be somewhere in the area of 87.5%, or $87.5. That ain't $100. So, and then next year, when you factor it in, it's going to be around $70. That ain't $100, but I'm only, my pay hasn't been adjusted. I need the dollar to do well. I need the dollar to be strong, and it's not. It's failing. But that's not a international security issue. That's just the stupidity of American policy. Hey, I tell you what, Marco Rubio and lady spokesperson of the White House, whose name I can't pronounce, stop stealing money. For instance, if you're going to call the dollar the world's reserve currency, and people are going to have faith in that, but then you go and you steal $700, $800 billion of Russian sovereign wealth for no legal reason, just because you're mad at Russia. Understand that the rest of the world's going to sit there and go, whoa. I mean, would you put your money in a bank that just arbitrarily wake up and say, yeah, we're taking your account? No.
I hesitate with banks. I mean, now, like what?
Yeah, now it's
collapse. It's like, oh shit, what's gonna happen to our money?
No, that's right. But we don't want to give away our money like that. So I'm not a fan of the collapse of the dollar. I don't want anybody to think the fact that I'm out there defending other people's sovereign rights, that this makes me happy. But it's not their fault. The reason why they don't want the dollar is we made it toxic. We steal your money, we sanction you. Listen to what Marco Rubio said. If you break you away from the dollar. He's not talking about denied, economic opportunities. He's saying we can't sanction you, we can't punish you, as if the only tool in the American toolbox is, from a non-military standpoint, is the militarization of the economy. We are going to sanction you. We are going to punish you. That's the only thing we think. Look at what we're doing around the world. The only thing we talk about is sanctions. We never talked about going out there and engaging in a belts and roads initiative type thing. The last G7 meeting last summer, old Biden's in there, we're going to come up with the counter to the Chinese belts and roads initiative, a $600 billion fund. Really, Joe? $600 billion? But it wasn't, was it? No, it was really $300 billion in contributions, and then you wanted the private sector to kick in $300 billion, but they're not going to. So it's a $300 billion fund, which nobody's funding, nobody's putting money. So it's a $0 fund, and you want that to be competing with what? In the last decade, what has China put into the BRI? $7 to $10 trillion. Trillion. That's with a T, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of money, and we can't match that. We can't match it. We could if we weren't busy stealing money and sanctioning people, if we were focused on sound economic principles and working with other nations without moral strings attached.
Okay.
Is Vladimir Putin planning to attack NATO? It seemed impossible last year. Ukraine alone was a handful for the Russian army. But now new reports have emerged, new statements from Russia. They say Putin will target NATO's soft underbelly, the so-called Achilles heel. And where exactly is that? Let me pull up the map for you. You can see Russia, Belarus, Poland, and the Baltic states. Now focus on this land between Poland and Lithuania. It's called Kaliningrad. This is Russian territory, Kaliningrad. Moscow took this land from Nazi Germany during the Second World War, and since then, it's been theirs. Now, Kaliningrad is surrounded by two NATO states, Poland and Lithuania. But there is a land bridge to Russia's ally, Belarus. This land bridge has a name, the Suwalki Gap, or the Suwalki Corridor. It's around 100 kilometers long. It's sparsely populated, but it's NATO territory. The Suwalki Gap is shared by Poland and Lithuania. It's been called many things. The most dangerous place on earth, NATO's soft underbelly, and NATO's Achilles heel. But why would Putin attack it? Well, for strategic reasons. The Suwalki Gap is the only way to go from Poland to the Baltics, the only land route. If you take that, you can cut off the Baltic states. 3 NATO nations would be isolated from their allies. That's Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. So simply put, it's a choke point. Now, if you're watching us from India, this may sound familiar to you. India too has a choke point. This one, called the Siliguri Corridor, also called the Chicken's Neck. This corridor connects India to the northeastern states. What Siliguri is to India, Suwalki is to NATO. But coming back to Putin, what's his plan of action? The Kremlin itself has not said anything, but Russian parliamentarians explain how it would unfold. No Russian soldiers will be used in this operation. Instead, Wagner mercenaries from Belarus will engage. I know it sounds confusing. Didn't Wagner rebel against Putin just recently? Well, this Russian lawmaker claims it was all part of the plan. Wagner would rebel, their fighters would be exiled to Belarus, and once there, they would train. Satellite images show new military camps have popped up in the country in Belarus. Hundreds of Wagner fighters have started moving in. Reports say they could take the Suwalki Gap in hours. The question is, will Putin give the order? Suwalki is still NATO territory. An attack on this area would trigger Article 5 of NATO. What is Article 5? It says an attack on one member is an attack on all NATO members, meaning NATO would be at war with Russia, officially. Will Putin risk that? Let's play the devil's advocate for a bit. Russia has a lot of military muscle in Kaliningrad. Tens of thousands of soldiers, nuclear missiles, also the Baltic naval fleet. On the other side, in Belarus, you have the Wagner fighters. So Russia could easily swoop in from the east and west. They did something similar in Ukraine, remember. After invading, Russian troops made a beeline for Crimea. They created a land bridge between Crimea and the Russian-held land. So taking Suwałki would be easy, but holding on to it, that will be much tougher. NATO has been preparing plans to defend against Russia. They've dusted out old plans from the Cold War, so chances are they have mapped this eventuality, they've mapped it out. Plus, it's not uncommon for countries to prepare such attack plans. Not to use them, but just as backup. So perhaps this Suwałki plan is something similar. Logic says Putin will not use it. His attention is pretty much on Ukraine right now. He's pounding Ukrainian cities with airstrikes. The latest was on Odessa. This is a port city in southern Ukraine, Odessa.
Môžete odtiaľ odletieť. No, vykedil sa na môj balkón, nie dole znova. Ale ako som povedal, sú otočení smerom dopredu. Chvála Pánu. Šimáci sa vyparili. Oh. Geniálne.
It was hit by 2 consecutive nights of airstrikes. Take a look at the damage. Entire buildings have been destroyed. Even the port of Odessa was hit. Russia is calling this revenge strikes, retaliation for the Crimean bridge attack earlier this week. Now, targeting the port was not a coincidence, by the way. Russia pulled out of the Black Sea grain deal this week. It says Ukraine is using the Black Sea for combat, hence the attack on Odessa. And the whole world should be concerned about this. Ukraine makes up around 9% of all wheat exports, global wheat exports. If the port of Odessa is destroyed, that trade stops. So food prices could go up. President Zelensky says Russia is doing this on purpose and that Putin is weaponizing food.
Очевидно, російське керівництво зараз таки намагається.
Obviously, the Russian leadership is now trying to provoke these crises. Without our exports, the deficit on the global market will unfortunately be very noticeable. And not only for the poorest countries. Different countries will feel it, from Libya and Egypt to Bangladesh and China.
So Russia is on the offensive and so is Ukraine. Take a look at these pictures. They show how Ukraine is hitting Russian positions in the east. Those are Grad rockets. They're part of Kiev's much-hyped counter-offensive. It's been slow and costly, but Ukraine says this too is part of the plan. Apparently, they're going slow to avoid casualties. But how long will this continue? How long can this continue? Russia's strategy is to wear down Ukraine and NATO. If NATO stops giving weapons, Ukraine will fall. No two ways about it. And Washington knows this. The Pentagon chief, Lloyd Austin, says this is not the time to slow down.
As we saw again today, this contact group stands united behind them. Today, we recommitted to supporting Ukraine during its crucial counteroffensive and for the long haul. And this is no time to slow down.
So I guess that's that. 17 months on, things have gone from bad to worse. Food grain is stuck at Ukrainian ports. Cities are being pounded with little impact on the front line. And there are concerns of an attack on NATO. Maybe Russia and Ukraine are not losing this war, but their people certainly are.
What's your take on the
Už nejaké pikočky.
Surrounding Wagner in Poland, surrounding the Russian counter-offensive that is taking place right now as we speak. The Russians are making huge gains like we haven't seen in months and months and months. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you being here on a Sunday. Hope you're having a good day. I've had a good day. We started off today. My girlfriend and I, we went on I surprised her. We went a little 1976 Narcos, four-seater plane over South Beach, over Pinecrest, over Fisher Island. It was very nice. Took a little tour of Miami. And now we're here. So thank you all for tuning in. Be sure to drop a like, subscribe. I want to say thank you to our amazing partner for today's stream before we get into the stories, and we do have really big stories, so stick around. But I'd like to say thank you to a new partner for our stream tonight, Virtual Shield 1. Thank you so much for supporting our program, making this possible. Now, for those of you who don't know, privacy is a big issue, okay? No matter who you are, protecting your personal and private info is obviously important, and it's never been more important than right now. If you don't believe me, just do a quick Google search of your real name, your legal name. I bet most of you are going to find, or your friend's name maybe, you're going to see emails, home addresses, maybe even phone numbers publicly available on the internet. That's because you're not doing a good job of protecting your private information. All of that can change in the click of a button by clicking the link in the description of our live stream on YouTube and Rumble. Right now, all you have to do is click this first link, visit Virtual Shield, and that'll direct you to the Virtual Shield website where using my link that you have in the description there, you're going to get a 73% off lifetime discount. They're basically, with my promo, you're getting basically free protection here. Not only that, but Virtual Shield 1 is a complete privacy suite that includes identity protection, fraud monitoring, social security protection, dark web monitoring, an industry-leading VPN plus malware and ad blocking. So if you're one of those people that gets so mad every time you try to click on the New York Times or the Telegraph or the Washington Post and it's like, you've reached your viewing limit, you can't look at this story. It's something I actually deal with. I got Virtual Shield on my computer, not just for the privacy stuff, but it actually does ad blocking. It does that. Know that that's complete bogus, okay? You also probably wouldn't know that right now, as I'm recording this, it's Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Los Angeles time, Pacific time. The Russians are engaging in a massive offensive and taking huge swaths of Ukrainian territory as I sit here and speak. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on. Let's see how everyone's reacting to this because, as you can imagine, the Ukrainians are coping. The Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Alexei Reznikov, has continued to cope and seethe by saying to CNN today that Ukraine will win the war by the summer of next year, with Ukraine then able to join the NATO alliance by the summit in July 2024. Of course, yes. I remember when all the Ukraine supporters, just over a year ago, about a year and 1 month ago, they said Mariupol will be free by next year. Zelensky will be standing in Mariupol, and we will have the Eurovision contest hosted in Mariupol to celebrate. Well, Mariupol is still under Russian control. Nothing's changing there. And Putin's actually built a bunch of free apartments for the residents of Mariupol who were victims of the war. So I don't see that changing anytime soon, if ever in history, ever again. But, they still make these claims like, oh, yes, we're going to take Mariupol, we're going to take back, we're going to win the war within a year. Now, frankly, I don't think this war is going to be done within the year, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Things are beginning to cascade for the Ukrainians in a very negative light, okay? Now, this is the simple facts. The West was pushing for this Ukrainian counteroffensive. They said, we need to do it now. We need some big victories. Make it happen, okay? In private, though, they knew that this is all bogus, that they weren't going to have any victories. The Wall Street Journal just came out with a publication today. They said West knew Ukraine wasn't ready for counteroffensive. The U.S. mistakenly thought that Kiev would make up for its lack of arms and training with courage and resourcefulness. Oh, courage and resourcefulness might get you far in a 9-to-5 day job, but when you're going up against the Russian military, which is far more armed and has significantly more manpower, then these things don't really count for much, right? Nearly 2 months since the counteroffensive began, Ukraine's counteroffensive remains stalled. Western military officials knew earlier this year that Ukraine lacked the supplies and training necessary to launch a successful counteroffensive against Russian forces, but allowed Kiev to launch its disastrous operation regardless. Yeah, okay. And now the West is coming out and they're saying they're alarmed. Financial Times, what Ukraine's Western backers are growing alarmed with the slow progress of its much-hyped counteroffensive against Russian forces. Okay, I guess you need a little bit more than bravery, courage, and resourcefulness to defeat the Russian military. You know, I could have told you that. Everyone was saying this, but apparently, you know, those in the State Department thought otherwise, okay? Maybe they haven't read up on their history. Maybe they don't know what the, you know, what Napoleon tried and what Hitler tried, right? However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has sought to allay those concerns, insisting that his country's fortunes on the battlefield are about to change. Now, I did see this. I will say I did see this yesterday. Zelensky came out and said, look, we know the 2 months gone by, we haven't done anything, we haven't done squat, but the major operation for the Ukrainians in the counteroffensive is about to begin, folks. I saw the Western press echo these statements that the biggest part of this counteroffensive is yet to come. They were right about that. 24 hours later, we see that the biggest part of this counteroffensive is yet to come, but the biggest part is not being led by the Ukrainians, being led by the Russians. They forgot to mention that in their statements, that the biggest change we saw in this counteroffensive was the Russians taking territory. Even Ukrainian OSINT accounts on Twitter are admitting this. U.S. and Western defense officials have told the Wall Street Journal that when the Ukrainian offensive in southeast of the country recently began, they knew that they did not have enough combat training or equipment, specifically artillery shells and aircraft, 155 millimeter in any aviation, to result in the defeat of Russian forces in those regions. However, it was hopes that Ukrainian courage and ingenuity would win. They haven't. They're admitting this. Ukrainian accounts are admitting this. It's not working. Okay. So this is how by the way, this is how the Ukrainians are spending your money.
Ребята, я такой нашел, пошли покажу. Девчонки в Саратове мои будут, посмотри, Гриша, нахуй, я тебе Ребята, я такой нашел.
$200 billion and this is what we get? Come on. You know, I'm not happy about my money going to Ukraine and their soldiers, but I figured it'd be going to something better than this. I thought wrong. I don't know. I thought wrong. Well, the counteroffensive is now going in the opposite direction. Russian sources and now Ukrainian sources are claiming there's been a major breakthrough today on the Kharkiv front line. Now, keep in mind, the Kharkiv counteroffensive was the only real successful counteroffensive that the Ukrainians had. Kherson was a withdrawal by Russian forces, proved to be quite strategically a viable decision, I guess you could say, to do that, because the Ukrainians then proceeded to blow up the Kakhovka Dam, which was Surovikin's main concern in keeping Russians on the other side of the reservoir. So they pulled out from Kherson City to the eastern side of the Dnepro River, and it proved to be a pretty good decision, okay? With the Kharkiv counteroffensive, the Russians were undermanned, underarmed in Kharkiv, and they did get pushed back by their...
No, dostavim se do. Pekaných časov. Čo sa zase deje, šmáci? Čo sa deje, šmáci?
Very successful Ukrainian counteroffensive that gained thousands and thousands of square kilometers of territory. But now the Russians are not just making small victories on the other side of the Oskol, establishing a bridgehead towards Kupiansk, nearing Kupiansk as the Ukrainians are trying to amass some sort of a defense fortification there. The Russians, as of today, are making huge gains in this region. So let's take a look at what's going on. It is reported that the defense line of the armed forces of Ukraine along the Zhrevets River and the Svatov direction has been completely broken through. The Russian army is moving towards the Oskol River. Kupiansk is in sight. Okay, so here you see the breakthrough taking place. Current situation at Luhansk front. Russian army crossed the Zhrevets River from a secondary axis adjacent to the town of Ryahorovka and reached the outskirts of Serhivka. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a closer look here. OSINT Defender is publishing Ukrainian frontline soldiers have told the Kiev Post that for every 100 meters that they're able to capture in the southeast of the country in this counteroffensive, they lose roughly 4 to 5 men, and that is because they are suffering increasingly poor morale. That number is actually probably way worse. If they're telling the Kiev Post, and the Kiev Post is publishing this number, it's probably 40 to 50 men that they're losing for every 100 meters, square meters that they're gaining. But Putin has come out and estimated Kiev's counteroffensive losses. So he met with Lukashenko today, and we're going to be talking about that because that was a crazy story. But Lukashenko said, I had ample military experience as a young man. I understand how many units the Ukrainians are losing right now based on the significant loss of artillery and machinery that they are losing each and every day. And he said, I'd imagine they probably lost around 26,000 men. Putin said it's actually a little bit higher than that, but that's roughly accurate. So about 26,000 men that they've lost in this counteroffensive thus far. Putin says 15 Leopards and 20 Bradleys, IFVs destroyed in one day. This is an incredible stat here because as of the past few weeks, the Ukrainians they haven't been utilizing as many tanks and IFVs in their counteroffensive operations because they lost so many at the start. They lost about a third of their Bradley infantry fighting vehicles as of about a week ago. So they lessened the assaults of these tanks, lumping in IFVs with tanks here when I say that, in their counteroffensive. And the Russians, as of the past week, were claiming they were taking out near a dozen, 9 to 10, 9 to 12 tanks and IFVs per day. This would be a massive escalation. 15 Leopards and 20 Bradleys in a single day taken out by the Russian military. In addition to that, there was a massive strike on a training facility of foreign fighters that took place just the other day, which took out a significant supply of the foreign mercenaries that are fighting for Ukraine at this moment in time. Putin says stupidity is behind the foreign mercenaries' deaths in Ukraine. The Russian president has once again reiterated that Kiev's counteroffensive attempt has failed. Okay. The United States is continuing to escalate the situation despite the fact that this is happening. The U.S. Republican Senator Jim Risch said he was tired of listening to concerns about escalating friction with Russia. Quote, stop talking about escalation. If you don't escalate, you will lose, the politician said, spoken like someone who's being advised by Paul Musero, right? He added that such fears should be experienced not by Washington, but by Moscow. Well, facts don't care about your feelings, Mr. Risch, and that's just the simple truth of the matter. Rybar has provided us with an update about the ongoing Russian assaults today. Russian troops again launched a series of rocket attacks on targets in several districts of Odessa. So the strikes on Odessa have been continuing. This is likely a softening of the battle situation in Odessa.
Ja som zabudol na ačkovky. Som zabudol na ačkovky. Mikrospánky chytám. Veľa. Strašné mikrospánky. Masívne mikiny. Masívne mikiny. Słuchaj. To bola relatívne tučná runda. So fucking bored. Fuck. No, nisam ga govno. Tak áno, lebo aspoň vidím, že tie mikrospánky sú naozaj od toho, že do ničoho nie som nejako zážatý. Tučník to celé posel. Úplne vyviedol z miery. Nič ma nebaví kvôli toho. Čo ty to? Look at you.
Odessa, which will take place after the Russian troops move through Nikolaev, obviously Kherson, Nikolaev, but that is not really necessary at this point in time. I think their focus is on stopping the counteroffensive in the southeast, which they're doing a good job of, and their primary focus is Kharkov right now. They don't have any interest in moving forward across Kherson at this moment in time, from what I've seen and from what I've been discussing with people, but who knows, anything could change. The strikes on Odessa are regardless continuing, and this is likely taking out a lot of the ammo depots and weapon storage facilities in Odessa, which will aim to basically create a very, very disadvantageous scenario for the Ukrainian military once this Battle of Odessa takes place, if it takes place. Ukrainian air defense systems not only failed to repel the attack, but also fired anti-aircraft missiles at civilian targets, damaging the Transfiguration Cathedral, which is one of the largest cathedrals in Ukraine. In the Soledar direction, the enemy intensified attacks on the positions of Russian troops on the northern and southern flanks of Bakhmut's defense. Near Klashievka, the Ukrainian formations, at the cost of significant losses, managed to gain a foothold on the adjacent heights. Now the parties are fighting fierce battles on the outskirts of the settlement. And with this in Klashievka, the heights of Klashievka, you know, it's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? We had on Scott from the Calibrated podcast, and he told us all that by the time he came on the podcast, he saw Rybar had published that Ukrainian forces were beginning to take some of these heights around Klashievka. And then by the time the podcast was over, he messaged me about an hour later and was like, just as you predicted, you know, these things change. And the Russian forces were pushing them out of the heights of Klashievka. So it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth here in these Klashievka heights regions. So this is obviously, you know, significant, subject to further change, as is all of the fighting. In the Zaporozhye direction, all attempts by the AFU of Ukraine to break through the Russian defenses were thwarted by small arms and artillery fire. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian command continues to carry out attacks on the Russian armed forces' positions, intending to further wear down the Russian units. So, as for the major updates that took place right before we went live, the Russian Federation expanded its bridgehead immensely, and OSINT Defenders published this as well. Ukrainian officials are reporting that Russian forces have begun an offensive towards the Oskol River in the northern Kharkiv region, with some advances having been made up to 5 kilometers. Okay, now it's 7 kilometers. We have further updates. They further states that the Russian forces appear to have a major artillery advantage along this front. So as you can see here, they are right on the border of Kupiansk. Kupiansk is easily within distance. They are almost in Kupiansk now. Rybar is reporting that the Russian forces have exploited their breakthrough in the Lugansk and Kharkiv region by more than 7 kilometers now, with airborne elements reported to have crossed the Zhrevets River and occupied a number of high grounds on the west bank. There are also reports that the Russian forces are supported by armor and artillery who were able to push Ukrainian forces out of the forest belts near the city of Kremenaya. So that was literally just an hour ago that we got that report. So the situation is ever changing in the Kupiansk region. It looks like this is falling apart right before the eyes of the officials in Kiev. They can really do nothing about this. The Russians are storming in. I mean, you're talking about a 2-kilometer gap being covered by the Russians within a couple hours. That's insane. This is a huge, huge breakthrough by the Russians towards Kupiansk. And I cannot imagine things are going to be getting any better over the next 24 to 48 hours for the Ukrainian military. All right. So let's get into the next story. Thank you all for tuning in. Huge updates there for the Russian offensive in the Kupiansk region and really all around. I now want to talk about. Actually, let's react to this. So, and then we'll get to the story about Poland and Wagner. Okay. So, as you all know, I'm going to be on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show this coming week. It's going to be. We're slated for Wednesday. I think between like 3 and 4 Eastern Standard Time. So I will be sharing the links to that. It's going to be great. I'm going to be debating Piers Morgan about the war in Ukraine. I'm very interested to see how this conversation goes. Someone that Piers Morgan had on the show last week also took him to task on the question of Ukraine. That was Roseanne Barr, popular American comedian and actress. Roseanne Barr was not brought on to necessarily discuss the situation in Ukraine. She was brought on to discuss some recent controversies that painted her as anti Semitic, despite the fact that she herself is Jewish, and was actually making fun of people who were anti Semitic. Regardless of that fact, the line of questioning and conversation did turn to Ukraine, and much to the surprise, I think, of the host of the show, Pierce Morgan, Roseanne Barr brought some fiery points. So let's take a look at what she had to say.
I'm from the Ukraine. There is a large faction of Nazis. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. I'm from the Ukraine, and they marched my entire family, grandmothers, great-grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen. And I try to shake them up, Pierce. You're goddamn right I do. I try to shake them up and crack their mind control programming. I do it for God.
Well, here's Roseanne, what I would say to that. I don't agree with you about a lot of the stuff you said about Ukraine. I know what you said, and you're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of
You
Nazis.
haven't seen the swastikas on those soldiers' arms. It's in the
President Zelensky
news.
himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but he's not a good one. Are all Jews the same? For God's sake, talk about anti-Semitic. Just because a guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for the Jews. I mean, so what? Who cares what anybody is? That was the whole point of my tweet. Just because they're skin folk don't mean they're kin folk. You know what I mean? Just because they're the same color as you don't mean they ain't trying to lock your ass up. Wake up, people! Snap out of it.
I love it. I love it. Roseanne Barr, so based. So based. She got him. She got him. And it's like, yeah, think about this. She's been lied about, smeared, tarred and feathered by the press so much. But she's Jewish. Her family's from Ukraine. As she just said, her family, her great-grandparents, 10 siblings of them, you know, they were walked out and they were victims of the Banderites and the Organization for Ukrainian Nationalists, the Nazis in Ukraine. She understands this. Pierce Morgan also understands this, but she knows he's lying through his teeth each and every episode. Okay, it's what I said the other day. I said, hey, look, you know, I did a very brief amount of research and I'm going to do more, obviously. You know, I prepare myself always for debates, but I just wanted to do a quick look at Pierce Morgan's Twitter account when I saw I was going to be debating him about Ukraine. And you know what I saw on his Twitter account? Virtually no tweets about Ukraine prior to 2019. Nothing. In 2019, he made fun of Zelensky, a comedian actor with no political experience, becoming president. And then there was no tweets about Ukraine until February 24th, 2022. And then it's, oh my God, I stand with Ukraine. So why didn't you stand with Ukraine back between 2014 and 2022? You didn't stand with them back then? You don't care? So your care for the Ukrainian children only began after 2022? Okay. Well, I just think that's a little bit interesting, you know? And yeah, talk about anti-Semitism. Not all Jews are the same. You're talking, I mean, that's just ludicrous. That's just ludicrous. So you're saying that if you say that, oh well, he can't be bad towards Jews because he's Jewish. No, not all Jews are the same, Pierce. I mean, just take the issue of Palestine, for example. You have Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist that support Palestine, and then you've got Zionist ones that say that they want to eradicate the Palestinians. Okay. I mean, you can't just say all people are the same. You definitely can't say that someone like Zelensky, who's spitting on the grave of his grandfather, who fought in the Great Patriotic War, that these two people are the same. It's like, this is insane, okay? And should we watch that one more time? I think we should. It's just such a great clip.
I'm from the Ukraine. There is a large faction of Nazis. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. I'm from the Ukraine, and they marched my entire family, grandmothers, great grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen. And I try to shake them up, Pierce. You're goddamn right I do. I try to shake them up and crack their mind control programming. I do it for God.
Well, here's Roseanne, what I would say to that. I don't agree with you about a lot of the stuff you said about Ukraine. I know what you said, and you're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of
You
Nazis.
haven't seen the swastikas on those
Roseanne,
soldiers' arms.
The
It's in the
President Zelensky
news.
himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but he's not a good one. Are all Jews the same? For God's sake, talk about anti-Semitic. Just because a guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for the Jews. I mean, so what? Who cares what anybody is? That was the whole point of my tweet. Just because they're skin folk don't mean they're kin folk. You know what I mean? Just because they're the same color as you don't mean they ain't trying to lock your ass up. Wake up, people! Snap out of it!
I love the passion. I love the passion. It's amazing to see. You don't see that, especially from someone of her stature, a very famous comedian and actress. You know, someone who agrees with her is the president of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega. He's a very base leader, and he has rejected Nazi Zelensky. Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega has accused the EU of hurting the community of Latin American and Caribbean states by forcing it to adopt a statement in support of fascist Nazi Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the EU CELAC summit on Wednesday. Speaking at an event celebrating the 44th anniversary of the Sandinista victory in Nicaragua, Ortega lamented that the Brussels summit, the first in many years attended by Managua, had released a statement expressing concern about the war against Ukraine, despite his country's objections. Accusing the EU of trying to run Nicaragua in agreement with the United States, he emphasized that his government did not sign, approve, or accompany what was announced pompously and falsely as the declaration of consensus of the three CELAC European summit. Resolutions have to be taken by consensus, Ortega insisted. By not following the procedure, the EU is hurting CELAC. So he says, you know, we don't want the Nazi Zelensky here. They wanted to put the fascist, the Nazi president of Ukraine in the meeting. The Europeans pressed hard, but most of the CELAC countries did not accept and could not stand for the fascist president of Ukraine, Ortega said, adding that the EU's efforts to introduce a line in the summit statement explicitly blaming Russia for the turmoil in Ukraine had been rebuffed. Logically, we could not accept this. Okay, extremely base there. And you know what? I want to play one last clip in this story for you all because there's so much talk about, you know, like everyone being all pro-Ukraine. Roseanne Barr there saying like, yeah, of course, everyone's saying, why is everyone saying pro-Ukraine stuff, Slava Ukraini? I know why, and it's bad. It is bad. Even Zelensky knows it's bad, despite the fact that he's the one leading the charge, okay? Here's an old video of Zelensky himself. You know, Zelensky, I've showed you clips of him joking about how Ukraine is filled with Nazis. He says Mein Kampf is sold out in Ukraine. He said that before when he was a comedian. He joked about how something to the effect of, you know, how people block the sun when it's in their eyes in Ukraine is by doing a Sieg Heil. And now here's another clip that was unearthed of Zelensky saying that you need medicine if you say Slava Ukraini. Good evening, dear Ukraine. Good evening, beloved Kiev. I'm now on Manezh Square in Moscow, and it says that our regular column, in News from Russia, is on the air. You know, it is really very democratic here. It is free, and anyone can shout glory to Ukraine and nothing will happen. That is, nothing that modern medicine could not cope with. So there he is making jokes about how you need medicine to cope with your mental illness if you are saying things like Slava Ukraini or glory to Ukraine, Herom Slava, all these things. Now he's the one leading the charge for it. So joke's on you, Zelensky. You're the fool, you're the puppet, and you're the one who's going to meet the same fate likely as many other Western puppets have met over the past several decades if you continue down this path. All right, everybody. Yeah, crazy video, huh? Crazy video. That was unearthed today. I saw that on Twitter. I was like, holy shit. He's actually making fun of these people. Now he became the meme. He became the meme. All right, let's talk about this Poland Wagner business. This is insane. So I don't even know what to make of all this. Okay, I really don't. And I've talked. It's all very odd. This is all very odd, very weird. I don't really know what to make of this, but let's talk. So something really, really weird is happening. Something potentially catastrophic is actually happening. Whether it's a dick measuring contest or something that we should actually be worried about, I don't know, but I lean towards the side of, yes, I'm very worried about this. So after the Wagner mutiny took place in Russia, mainly in Rostov-on-Don towards Moscow, we saw that Wagner was restationed to Belarus. Large convoys of Wagner fighters with machinery, artillery, ammo have been since transferred to these Wagner camps in Belarus, where probably some 15 to 20,000 Wagner soldiers are currently stationed. As this has been going on, Poland has been getting very worried. They are moving their Western military troops and presence to the Belarusian-Polish border in anticipation for some sort of escalation on the border. Okay? Now, we know that Wagner has been training Belarusian soldiers over the past couple days. This has begun, and now we have a new part of this story. In my last stream, I came out and I talked about the fact that Putin warned of Poland's intentions in Ukraine and Belarus. That was the main subject of our last stream. Putin said, as for the Polish leaders, they probably hope to form a coalition under the NATO umbrella in order to directly intervene in the conflict in Ukraine and to bite off as much as possible, to regain, as they see it, their historical territories. That is modern-day Western Ukraine. It is also common knowledge that they dream about Belarusian land. Regarding the policy of the Ukrainian regime, it is none of our business. If they want to relinquish or sell off something in order to pay their bosses as traitors, they usually do. That's their business. We will not interfere. But Belarus is part of the Union state, and launching an aggression against Belarus, which, by the way, Putin just placed tactical nukes in, would mean launching an aggression against the Russian Federation. We will respond to that with all the resources available to us. The Polish authorities, who are nurturing their revanchist ambitions, hide the truth from their people. The truth is that the Ukrainian cannon fodder is no longer enough for the West. That is why they are planning to use other expendables, Poles, Lithuanians, and everyone else they do not care about. I can tell you that this is an extremely dangerous game, and the authors of such plans should think about the consequences. Poland was fuming over Putin's statements that Western Poland was a gift from Stalin to the Polish state, and the Polish prime minister lashed out at Moscow after Russian President Vladimir Putin suggested that the country received its Western territories thanks to Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. Speaking at a meeting of Russia's Security Council on Friday, Putin recalled that the Soviet Union liberated Poland from Nazi occupation during World War II and said that it was thanks to Stalin that Warsaw acquired substantial territory in the West after Germany's defeat. Poland then went on to make a series of statements saying, well, Stalin was mean to us, and, they're just whining like spoiled children after Stalin gave them their territory back and liberated them from the Nazis. Spoiled children. And also, Poland said that they were going to call the Russian Federation envoy to meet with the prime minister or the president, something to that effect. They were going to give him a stern warning, slap him on the wrist, whatever. But then something crazier happened than all of that, because as if that wasn't all enough, right? So the story continues. We saw that today The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, the based, has given all Belarusian People's Assembly the authority to approve a military doctrine, introduce a state of emergency and martial law in the republic, and send military personnel outside the country. Then he went on a working visit to Russia where he was meeting with Putin. So he met with Putin, and during this meeting, some things were discussed. We've seen videos of some of the Wagner commanders who were supportive of Prigozhin's mutiny in Rostov-on-Don towards Moscow in recent days say that something big is going to be happening with Wagner in the near future. They've been talking about Poland. And now at this meeting between Lukashenko and Putin, Wagner fighters it was revealed that Wagner fighters want to visit Poland, which they believe was a hub for providing Ukrainian troops with military hardware during the battle for Bakhmut or Artemovsk. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, so Lukashenko says Wagnerites started annoying us and local officials. They asked to go to the west. Wagnerites started annoying us. They asked to go to the west. Allow us. I say, why do you need to go there to the west? Like quietly, we'll have the situation under control. We'll go for a day trip to Warsaw and Warsaw. How do you say that? Warsaw for them. How do you even say that? Polish speakers in the chat, how do you pronounce this? Rizhao? I can't even. Sishao? Rizhao? Polish might be the only language more difficult than. No, there's a few. Polish is. This doesn't make sense. Someone help me out here. How do you pronounce this? They said, anyways, we're just going to call this Zeshao for now. Zeshao for them is unacceptable. When they fought around Artemovsk, they know where the military equipment came from. And it sits inside them. Zeshao is bad. It's pronounced Szechuan. Szechuan sauce. It's pronounced Zhizhov. Someone help me out here. Rezhov? Rezhev? Rezhnal? You guys are giving me too many answers. Sesnal? Zisnal? Rezhal? Okay, no one's helping. No one is helping me out here. Rezhezhov? That's just a stupid name for a place. Rezhezhov? That's just stupid. Okay, anyway, so he's saying that Rezhezhov is like, it's so toxic for the Wagnerite soldiers because that is what was being used to supply. That's the area that was being used to supply the Ukrainian fighters in Bakhmut. Okay? So it sits in them, Rezhezhov. And of course, I'm keeping them in the center of Belarus, as we agreed. I don't want to relocate them to Rezhezhov because they are in a bad mood and you have to give it to them. They know what is happening around the allied state. And, but it's a detail. Therefore, we will do everything possible to counteract this. And I ask that you also look at this question for yourself in terms of our support of Western Ukraine. So keep in mind here, I mean, Putin's listening to this. When Lukashenko says that Wagnerites started annoying us, they asked to go to the West, take a look at Putin's face. He's trying to contain the laughter. He can barely contain his laughter.
Нас начали напрягать вагнеровцы. Просятся на Запад. Разрешите нам? Я говорю, вам зачем на Запад? Куда? Ну, и втихую мы же контролируем, что происходит.
You don't see Putin laugh too often, and especially in a meeting as serious as this. He says, Wagnerites, they asked to go to the West. Allow us, they say. I say, why do you need to go there, to the West? Like, quietly, we'll have the situation under control. Just let us go to Warsaw and Rezhezhov. We'll take a day trip there. A little tour, if you will. So, you know, this isn't really getting a whole lot of attention in the Western press, but I think it should. You've got like actual, these are the guys, by the way, that just launched a mutiny with a massive convoy headed into Rostov-on-Don. They took over the Rostov-on-Don military headquarters of the MOD, said, give us Gerasimov and Shoigu or else we're marching to Moscow. And then they engaged in firefighting with the Russian forces. They shot down Russian helicopters. The helicopters blew up parts of the convoy, and they were marching to Moscow. So you're going to tell me that we shouldn't be addressing this in a serious manner? Are you kidding me? I know what you guys think of this. I asked you the question before this news took place on our last stream. I said, do you think, that we should be worried about Poland moving into Belarus or Western Ukraine? 63% of you said, yes, we should be. I agreed with you I said about 60, 70%. That's how I feel about this. Now, that number's going up. Lukashenko also in this conversation with Putin had this to say. I mean, West Ukraine and West Belarus, of course. Now I talk about Poland. They want to rip out that piece of Western Ukraine under the disguise of joining NATO to sell it to the people. They want to grab Western Ukraine and append it to Poland. That's the payment for Poland's participation, active participation in this operation against of course, the troops of the Russian Federation. Americans support that, so I told you about that already a while ago, 6 months ago. We saw it 6 months ago, and we discussed this preliminary for us, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Why did I tell you? Because it's unacceptable for us. Detachment of Western Ukraine, dismemberment of Ukraine and transfer of lands to Poland are unacceptable. And if the Western Ukrainian population needed it, we, of course, will support them. I ask that you discuss this and consider this matter. Of course, I would want that you would support us in this regard. So that's probably even a more interesting part than the first part about Wagner wanting to go to Rzeszów in Warsaw, is this right here. He's saying, we understand they want to go into Western Poland, and we understand that we have Wagner in our country, and we understand that if Ukrainians want us to, not the Ukrainian government, if Ukrainians want us to, just like Ukrainians wanted Russia to go and liberate the Donbass, if Ukrainians wanted to, we will go in and protect Western Ukraine from Poland. You paying attention, Western media? You paying attention, State Department? You paying attention, Pentagon? Woo! That is not the second front that Ukraine needs at this point in time, or that NATO needs at this point in time. There is nothing good that's going to come up out of that, and we can understand that that would drastically escalate the situation in this war if that did take place. But Putin and Lukashenko were all smiles after this meeting. They went out and took some photos with some absolutely happy as can be Russian civilians wanting to take photo after photo with Putin and Lukashenko. Lukashenko says, it's good luck to be squeezed between two presidents like this. People are more important than quarantine. We don't have quarantine here. That's a lot. Wish you good health, he says. So very base here, cool as a cucumber. Putin coming out after the meeting, threatening Poland, threatening Western Ukraine with Belarusian Wagner contingent in the country, and coming out and taking photos with some fans. Okay, so you love to see it. Wow, I don't know what's going to happen, but all I can say is when it comes to the verbal threats, we've seen nothing like this thus far, and this takes the threats against Poland and the situation in Western Ukraine to a whole new territory. All right, we'll see what goes down, though. We'll see what goes down. So let's get into our next story. Thank you all for tuning in. By the way, if you'd like to support the show, we are not 100%, pretty much all donor funded on this program. We do have a very gracious sponsor on tonight's stream, Virtual Shield One. You can check them out. But also, if you'd like to support the show, you can do so by donating to our locals using this link right here. When you click on our locals link in YouTube or Rumble, though, right, everybody. On that note, that's all for tonight. So thank you all for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you all tuning in. Be sure to drop a like, subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Thank you for supporting us. And if you'd like to support the show further, you can do so by donating to our program on Locals. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is click this link in the description, donate link where it says jacksoneagle.locals.com. That's going to take you to my Locals page where you can donate as a monthly, annual, or one-time donor for however much or little you'd like to support the show. Even $5 a month makes a huge difference. 100% of those donations come back to our show. So thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for tuning in. As always, fuck Dick Cheney. I'll see you all next time. Peace out. Have a great rest of your night. See you in the chat. And I'll probably be back tomorrow, everybody. All right? See you next time. Thank you for tuning in.
Really? Come on, man. Takže mi od 76 síl mi chýba iba 4 síly. Kľúčovým artiklom. 4 síly. Really? Really? Nestiel som to? Ideme odsypať. Ideme odsypať. Uranium Fever, to je klasika. A reflektor.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quality increased.
Počkaj, má reflekty skin, ale to sice už trápne nemusí. Ja mám plný život, som to zaujal.
Detecting terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. To čo hovorím, no? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises. Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Wait a minute. Ideme odsýpať. Dneska začneme trénovať okolo 4:30. Nechcem za sebou. Neexistuje.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased. Veľmi zvláštne. Veľmi zvláštne. Veľmi zvláštne.
Ale... Ideme na to za chvíľu. Tam dole rozbijú fľaše. Robia hurá. A to vytralo Černocha. To vytralo Černocha. To vytralo Černocha. Bol Černoch to bol vytretý, no? To bol Černoch. Podľa mňa. Už by som prišiel. To už bol potom. To bol Černoch, to bol vytretý. Hm? Ne, to nebol Černoch. Nebol Černoch. Černoch ma uprdala. No ideme odsypať. Chceme z krku. Čím skôr začneme odsypať, tým dáme z krku. Je to ešte zaujímavé.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very thankful for the possibility that I can stay here. When I look around the room, I really wish that the whole European Parliament should look like this. And this is why such gathering and such a conference is very important. Because those of us which are in European institutions, in European Parliament, can confirm that this environment is, let's say, very strange. That Europe has been stolen by bureaucrats and by technocrats, which think that they are the best. They know everything better than you. They know what's the best for Romania even better than the Romanian people themselves, and the same applies for the whole Europe. Of course, I'm talking about European governments, European commissions, about those masters, as was said here before several times. European commissioners are the ones who are violating the basic principles of European Union themselves. They call and define some rule of law, which was nobody else able to define until now, but yet some European countries are already being accused of violating it, including Poland and Hungary. European commissioners are the ones who are completely without democratic mandate. Of course, you can argue with me that but the European commissioners are being nominated by member states and being elected by European Parliament, but they do not answer to the European citizens, to the European people. Their political future, their political career is completely independent of the public opinion. Because the public citizens, the citizens of European states, cannot elect them and they cannot recall them. So that's why, I'm sorry to say it loudly and openly, the European commissioners, they don't care about Romanian people, they don't care about Slovak people, they don't care about European citizens because they are not dependent on the opinion of European citizens. And that's why. And that's why they are serving globalists, serving NGOs, and that's why they are calling for open borders, open boundaries, for green restrictions which are destroying our European industry. This is why they serve everybody else but not the European citizens themselves. This is why they are covering the biggest corruption in European Union, as Mr. Teres is investigating within the COVID committee. Of course, I'm talking about the contracts of buying the vaccines, contracts in billions of euros which are being covered by European Commission and also by left-wing parties which are together joined with European Commission. I'm very happy that I can be here with you, and I'm very happy about the success of our. I must say that your success is also our success, because when we help each other today, we can double the success in the next years, in the next days. We have national elections in Slovak Republic in 2 months, and there are going to be European elections within 1 year. If we cooperate together, we can really bring new change, new wind to the European institutions and start changing Europe. So I suggest, let's work together on mutual cooperation of our parties, of our countries, but let's say no to EU supremacy and EU federalism. Thank you very much.
Well, reports today of major advancements for the Russian forces and breaking through what's left of the Ukrainian army.
Dobre, ideme na to, ideme odsypať.